It is 1:31. I'll wait for it until it starts 32. Get this exact. It's me. Hello, me. I'm staring at my phone. It's me. Hello, me. I'm staring at my phone. It's me. Hello, me. I'm staring at my phone. Okay. Perfect. I don't know if we're gonna be thrown into it. Okay, no. Anyways. I want to do an intro and everything, but alright. Hello everybody. Welcome. Today we're playing the Stanley Parable Ultimate Deluxe. I've actually been wanting to play this game for quite a while, but I just always ran out of money. But it's now part of the PlayStation Plus package thing every month. So we're going to be checking this out. I've seen videos on it. It's still very funny. So I don't care what you have to say. I know a little bit about it, and that's okay. Because I haven't seen anything on it in such a long time. The last time I saw anything or heard anything, it was when Jerema played it. You know Jerema, the guy. The look at me guy. That guy. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna drink some applesauce while I wait.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley!
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
That's me!
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
That's me!
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Oh, really?
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I want to stay. How's it going? I want to stay.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
Yes.
Stanley waited.
Yes.
Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would
hello.
come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Yes, that is true.
Here it comes.
Oh, man. I see how it is. You can't do this to me. Well, there I go. I'm really tired, chat, to be honest. Pretty sleepy, but that's fine. I'm tempted to do that again, but yeah, we closed the door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where'd they go? Dog, why is my phone going off? Alright, do not disturb. There we go. So I can focus on chat. What? Input received. Am I doing it right? What is the significance of the picture? Yes. What's in here?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I trust you, guy. Oh boy!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Don't get fired. Alright, there's a pie and a pie chart. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, that does have a blue graphic. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Okay. What about you? What's here? Ah, yes. Monetize free to play. That is a cool thing. Oh, look. Charts, slides, and chart and oh my gosh. This is perfect. The broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No.
There was nothing here. No choice to make,
What a stay.
no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Of course,
He
I
wasn't
like the
even
broom
doing
closet.
anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yep.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
I'm going in
Please offer me
circles.
some explanation here.
I'm running around.
Genuinely confused.
It's the broom closet.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Okay, well, look at the
I
light.
never would have thought to mention it.
And this design.
Maybe
Wow.
to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid.
Oh.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how
Gasp.
stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I am not. I'm just Stanley. What can I say?
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
What?
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system, and you collapsed in front of your screen.
I am not
In a situation
collapsing.
like
Look at
The
this.
responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
I'm alive.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They
Actually,
fall
I'm out of
prey to any number
PlayStation.
of your
Thank you very
countless
much.
Human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Aw, rats.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
But the closet.
Coming to a staircase,
No!
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, okay, fine. Fine, I see how it is. Executive back. Don't mind if I do. I've got a feeling money for stealing. But not yours, of course. Soy. So, that's a lovely purse. That is true. Gotta touch it. All the little details. Gotta take the elevator, y'all. My controller's close to dying, but I don't want to get up right now. I'm too tired, dog. That's fine.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
What is it?
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Rats.
Stanley just
don't
sat
know
around
that.
twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I want to get him mad.
2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Sorry. Light. I'm a little bit slow, okay? Alright, y'all.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Hold up, I'm gonna charge my equipment. Why did I say equipment? Ah, yes, my phone is my equipment. One of my phones. This phone. And then I shall plug my controller so it doesn't die. Yippee! Okay, thank you for not yelling. Hey, I can go back up.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Trust. The end is never the end. The end is never the end. The end is loading. Yes.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow.
I know.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Get mad. Eight, 5, 4. Thought it was that. 2, 8, 5, 4. Oh, look at that. You're not gonna yell at me anymore? Okay, fine. Jeez.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I'm a genius. What can I say? Like, when it comes to making stuff, I am a literal genius. Sorry, I don't even make up the rules.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Oh, yeah. You know? Of course. Alright, chat. Here we are. The boss's office.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Yeah, he needs his break.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Of course. Sorry. I might have rushed you. All the time in the world, buddy. We can do this to...
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
Oh, yeah?
As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Thank you. Well, watch, ready? Boom. 5, 4. Yes. Now, I come this way, right? And you might think that that's nothing, but believe me. I'm here to make content. This is like the best content, right? You're not gonna yell at me? Voice in my head? You're not gonna yell at me for my problems?
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before.
Yeah.
I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it.
This is
That's
true.
just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
What? It's not stale. It's an amazing story. Believe me. I would know. I am the maker. I make the stories. Yes! Oh man. He's not yelling at me. Did you give up?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Yes.
Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting?
Oh yeah, let's do this.
Like nowadays, the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started.
Oh yeah.
Where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises?
Yeah, what's up there?
Think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley.
This is storytelling.
What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive.
Look at the
That's why people
things.
like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're
I
a
am
role
Stanley.
model, you know? People look up to you.
Yes.
Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well,
Soda
I've
drinks.
gathered a little press conference for you. So that you
boy.
can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
I
do.
know you're not much
Hello,
for the
welcome
public
back.
eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They
Is that the
really
top?
look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you
Yes.
realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous
Oh.
impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
World's healthiest human being. How we did it? The pyramids. Aw. The guy who went to Mars. That was him! That guy. Of course. Live on stage. Okay, I need a... My eye. Okay. Alright. Where's our conference? World peace, baby. Ah, yes.
Ah, yes. Here
Is that
it
the
is,
Minecraft sound
just
effect?
through this door.
Is that me? Is that Stanley? Hey, hello, welcome. Stanley Parable. World's first sentient machine. That is? It's one of them. Oh my gosh, I can hear
All
the
right,
people.
are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Alright now. Alright, this is my big show. Of course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here's I, the Stanley. Hello, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Well, I just greened out. Ah, yes, perfect time for a drink. It's Mountain Dew. Oh my, why did my voice just do that? That's fine. Oh, we're back here, okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Hey, hello, how's it going?
When Stanley
You've
came
said
to
hey
set
a
of
lot
two
of
open
times.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, now.
Yet there was not a single
Just
person
follow
here
the
either.
pathway.
Feeling a wave of disbelief.
Broom closet?
Oh no, no,
Broom
no,
closet?
not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all.
But-
I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
So what if I... Can I go... Oh, you're not gonna say anything? It's a great, good game. Oh yeah, let's
Coming
go.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, yes I did. I remember so vividly. Like a dream. There's so many different paths and everything. Garden Band 6 and 7 are on consoles. Yeah, I saw. I'm
Stepping
also
into his
poor.
manager's office, Stanley was once again
I
stunned
spent
to
a lot of
discover
money
not
on
an indication
other
of
games.
any human life. What
I
could
probably
it
won't pay
mean?
for the
Stanley
other
wondered
band
aloud
games
to
for a little
nobody.
while.
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's
Cause
desk,
like, there's a
pulling
lot
books
of
off the
games.
shelf, looking behind
And it's a lot of
paintings,
money.
desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad
I'd only
guarded
really
the
get
terrible
it if
secret
like
that lay buried below
if
his
there's like a
feet.
special.
And so the boss had
If
assigned
it's
it an
limited
extra
time
secret
or
pin
if
number,
it's
2845. But of
either
course,
a limited
Stanley
time
couldn't
thing
possibly have
or
known.
like
Incredibly,
I'm having
by
a hard
simply
time trying to
pushing
talk
random
anyways.
buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened
What I was
to
saying
input
is,
the correct
if
code by
there's a
sheer
limited like deal and it's
amazing.
not as
He
much,
stepped
maybe I'll
into
get
the
it.
newly opened
Or if I
passageway.
have a huge audience that really wants it. But as of right now, I'm probably not going to be playing past the sections and whatnot. They're really expensive, and like I already have games that are better that were less than Garden of Banban 6. Also, if you hear me mute here and there, it is because there's a guy who's going to be checking out the furnace, and my dogs are probably going to go ballistic. Along with that, about an hour later, my cousin is coming home from school, so the dogs are also
Stanley
going to
walked
go
straight
ballistic.
ahead through the large
Ooh,
door
look at
that read
that!
Mind Control Facility.
Of course. Oh. Should I press it? I'll press it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did
Secret!
he have the strength to find out?
You can't jump. I got an achievement called You Can't
Now
Jump.
the monitors jumped to life. Their
I
true
got an
nature
achievement for
revealed.
getting your first
Each
trophy.
bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals
Wow.
reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well, 445? That's me right there, right? Well, it shows nobody, so.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Gasp.
No. He refused to
Yes.
believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
That button? Oh no. Yes! Of course. I'll turn it off. I have to do it. It is 2:05. 2:05 p.m. Central Time.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Gasp.
Was it over? Yes. He had won.
We
He
did
had
it.
defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
That's
But
so
as
true.
sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even
Need to
power
leave?
that
I'll
he
see
had
you
been
on the other
seeking,
side.
but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand,
Step down these stairs.
but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his.
That's so
And that
true.
was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only
This is so
thing worth
cinematic.
knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley! Hey, I got an achievement called Beat the Game. Yippee! Like zoinks! Let's go. Now we gotta go all the way back. And now we gotta hit the on button.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yes, yes. We
When
shall.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
Okay.
office. Hoping he might find coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Why do I need to check you? Okay, just in case.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
I'm sorry.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Okay, alright. I need to relax. I'll let the narrator speak a little bit, okay?
Feeling soothed and
Yes,
rejuvenated,
I am.
Stanley
Thank
calmly
you.
walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay, there we go. Alright. Nice and easy.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place
Whoa!
hold?
Look at all the
Stanley thought to himself.
TVs!
Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number
guy got
of an
fired.
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
there
And
anybody else
Stanley,
who's
one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
kicked out? Why are those ones so different? Why are they up there like that?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to
How do I get
believe
up
it
there?
couldn't be true.
The lore,
Had
the
Stanley
secrets.
really been under someone's control all
How
this
do I
time?
I needed
Was this the only reason he was happy with his
Pirate.
boring job? That
Someone
his
said
emotions
pirate.
had been manipulated to accept it
we have a
blindly?
pirate coworker?
No.
What does
He
this
refused
blasphemy?
to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Yes.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded
Why is
from
this
this
super
very
blue?
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle
there
the
we go.
controls once and for all.
Nuh-uh. 5. Our chat. He'll never see this coming.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
Aww.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Thank you.
Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them.
4.
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground,
What?
swallowing everyone inside,
Shit.
or I let it burn to a crisp.
I can't spell,
I have to say
okay?
This, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make
Dog,
sense
I am
of everything
blind right
and
now.
take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will
Wow.
be even better. My goodness,
Wow.
only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
No.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button. or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That
What?
this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your
can't
purpose
do
in
this
this
to
place
me.
is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice.
I'm doing a great job.
Make it
Trust.
or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Well, there I go. Off into the distance. Never to be seen again. I see how it is. Also, what's up, Python? I think I've seen you around. Hello, welcome. If not, hello, welcome anyways. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
La-ti-dee, la-ti-doo, la-ti-da.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
let's
he
go.
entered the door on his left.
Broom closet, broom closet. The broom closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway.
Oh my gosh!
Surprise.
Secrets. We're gonna get out of this, baby. We're gonna escape the old-fashioned way by breaking ourselves out of here. And we will win. Won't we? Won't we? Yeah.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No.
The door behind him was
The power
not
of
shut.
friendship.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I don't believe you. What if I won? What if this is a secret ending? What if I survive? Land on pillows.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his
Maybe
brief and
it's
shadowed
not that
life.
bad.
Farewell, Stanley.
I win.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I lived. But I live!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
That's so true.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Really? The two doors. Wow, would you look at that? That's pretty cool. Office computers. Filing cabinets. Woo! Office clock. Wow, these are really cool.
Then he pushed the number 8. Stanley pushed the orange lever. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'll pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you. Stanley stood on the snow.
Snow?
Stanley walked over the bridge. Stanley pushed the orange lever. Stanley jumped in the river.
I gotta get out before I start going crazy. Underground. The lounge. Wow. These are so cool. Freedom ending. Oh, I missed. Zending model? Okay. The Zending levers. May of 2012. It's been a little while, I guess. It's been a little while. That's the accent. I want to explore. Hey, look, it's my office. It's 3 of my offices, actually. Can I crash out the window? Fine, I'll go through the exit. I'll go through the exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Should I hit it? Should I hit it, lady? Burp. I hit it.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
I can't see at all,
But
actually.
listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop
Oh.
now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Well, I gotta turn off the plate. I ain't gonna do that. You can't fool me. The end is never the end. The end is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is the loading. Chad, I'm going crazy. This is part of the video where you like and subscribe. Just saying, not me who said that. Wait a minute. What? Different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Still got another pathway.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Can't go inside. Alright,
Coming
down
to
we
a
go.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I hide.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
That does seem
Stanley
crazy.
pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream.
Of course.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
Is the question, why are the dogs barking?
Voice in my head dictating everything
Wait
that
a
I'm
minute.
doing and thinking. Now
He's got
the
a
voice
point.
was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice.
Very
describing me,
strange.
thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Stanley?
He thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams. The truth was that, of
I
course,
think my question is,
this
why
was
are the
not a dream.
dogs barking?
How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself?
Maybe.
Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
I think his
Stanley is
rooms
as
look
awake
kind of
right
similar.
now
I
as
don't
he's ever
know.
been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Yeah, that's what I'm
After
saying.
all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream.
I'm gonna mute because of the dogs real quick, but I'll continue.
Just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
No.
Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want.
It's almost like I could hear
I
them.
want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
You have a wife, Stanley?
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Stanley, no.
My life is normal.
I am normal. Everything will be fine.
I am okay.
Okay. It's me, Stanley.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice?
Never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
And everything went black.
No! I had a heart attack. Stanley!
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What? Am I Stanley's
Mariella woke
wife?
up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was
She looked
obviously
disappointed.
crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right, Marielle? This is the story. That is true. I am streaming. My stories, my tales. I am not crazy. I cannot be crazy. Well, this is just the beginning. The very, very long
Someone
beginning.
was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
What?
If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I see you. I don't want new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Yes.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I like admiring. What can I say?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood
a
here,
dog in my room
drinking
now.
it all in.
Oh, my shoulder. Oh, my
Yes,
arm. Yeah, I know about the
really,
bucket.
Really worth it being
The bucket.
here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all
Gimme,
your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth.
This is. I would like to sit down. Maybe have my Coke. Oh, my bad.
At this point,
what are you?
Stanley's obsession
A
with this
cold
room
drink.
bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Nobody left. They just didn't want to be here.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue.
Yes.
But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
There is no message. What is the message? What is that? Did it say farts? Wife farted? Yes. But these paintings on the wall, they're very peculiar. Yes. Yes. Very strange. If you walk?
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Hi, Eevees. The dog. The dog. What do you have to say? Evie. What's that? You say everyone here should like and subscribe if you want to see more content because I do this pretty often? Yeah, I think so too. Hey, it wasn't me who said it, it was the dog, I swear. No voices in my head. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
What
could
does
it
this mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
425. I'm 426. No.
When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
So it's
Stanley knew it
possible to
perfectly
get on
well.
the trucks.
Perhaps he
See
wanted to
YouTube
stop by the
tutorial?
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I don't need to go that far.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to
No,
business,
not the
Stanley
new
took
content.
the first open door on his left.
None of that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I thought that was a broom. Like in the broom closet.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps
Right.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Marielle?
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
My wife?
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Who's it? Hello? Whiteness. Hello?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All
This
right.
is my apartment?
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about...
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
No.
Who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
What?
Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
No.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
No! What is it?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home.
That's a dirty
now
sink.
He's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands.
How do you feel about this?
And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that
You
none of it
took
would
this
ever
from me.
happen to him.
Are you Marielle? Huh?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work,
That's
he
not
stepped up from his
TV.
desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that
This is
his
true.
decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
It's a wonderful sight.
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
Oh.
he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one
It's
path
slowly
lay an
becoming
enormous
my
round room
workspace.
with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he
Really?
might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path.
Surely.
Mustn't there be? Perhaps if he
There
played
has to be.
just one more time. But there is no answer.
No!
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always
Why?
has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never
Let me
be
sleep.
anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
Hide.
But he won't listen to me. He won't stop.
No.
Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make
Let me
the
press the
rules.
buttons.
I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I
try again, and Stanley pushed a button. I can't die that easily. I'm just too good. Trust the process. Trust the process. I had the dog clawing at the door.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No. I must resist the new content. What is the normal content? It's probably more. Wait a minute.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I do like admiring it.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
jump off
foot
now.
here. I'm not your enemy.
The
really,
right
I'm
spot.
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Believe.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
this is false.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I'll give you a chance when you unlock the broom closet, okay? This is facts I'm speaking. I call for the broom closet.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you
locked
wanted?
the broom closet.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Of course.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
No.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest.
It's a 5.
I'm looking for some real critical
Hello,
feedback
welcome.
here.
Yes, I do.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something.
Yeah, you're
Where
right.
do these flashes
This is
of
pretty cool.
inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut.
I figured
really
it out.
couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Yes,
and to
this
be
is very
perfectly
true.
Candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Doors? Oh my gosh. Worldwide leaderboard. 2 seconds. Where am I? There's no way. I go this way.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on. And
Oh,
now
really?
would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
The bucket! The bucket! Ah!
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the artwork
you know how to
really
do things,
take
right?
notice. But of course,
Do you
the
understand?
message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be
All right.
sure to keep notes on your experience.
I will.
You heartless bastard.
Well,
Did you
there it
do
goes.
it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the
It's
latter, well, I
wood.
don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out.
Oh
I'm
my
done.
gosh.
It's over. Thank you for playing.
4
Your input was extremely
hours.
valuable. Oh, hey, since my game
That's
was so
crazy.
awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Pong. Let's play Pong.
Yes. This seems like it'll
Yes.
work. Let's give it a shot.
The dog's whining. Hey, dog. It's okay. It's the guy repairing the furnace. But I will say, everybody should subscribe. Oh, hey.
Aha! Fascinating.
This
What do
is
you
a-
think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Yeah, this is
That
different.
must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
Space
And it
Puffs.
seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Of course. Okay, I went the wrong way, but that's fine. Yes, this is a change of pace.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
No!
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions.
No.
No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
Also, it's
We're
getting
out of
so
the woods now,
laggy.
Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, really? Well, will it be able to make Evie happy? Oh my god, it's Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility
Yippee!
that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I'm pretty good at getting lost. Also, this is a
Okay,
reminder.
so what exactly do we do here?
You guys
Let's
just
see.
definitely should
There are lots of
subscribe.
cars here in the
Yeah,
back,
just
but
saying.
obviously
Anyways.
there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh,
Where?
what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes,
Where?
I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's
Show
the
me.
ball. Have fun.
Wow. This is riveting. Yippee!
Hold on. What are you doing?
Evie. Evie's whining. Evie's whining. Evie! Come here! Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Where am I? The voices. The pathways. Everything I've done What's for what? Where am I? Who am I? In a depravity such as this. That guy's just working. Hey, Eevees. Hey, come here. The dog whines. 9:15. I don't know. It just rhymes. Hi. Hello. You're right in my face now, aren't you? Yes, I see you. But I need to keep you in here. Eevees? Hi. Yes. Hello there. Do you have anything to say? Eevees? Do you have anything to say to the chat? No? Okay. Come here. Come here. You can lay right here. Dog, there's this entire bed. Right here, please. There you go. Hey. There you go. Okay. Yes. Yes, of course. Are you gonna relax, Eevees? This is the Eevee part of the stream. This looks like it would be important.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world.
Yes, you mean a lot.
Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
All right.
I can wait.
The end. Fun fact, the original Stanley was a Half-Life 2 mod. I did not know that. All I know is it was very old, before my time. Well, not before my time, not at all. Before my time, as in, my motor functions did not work good enough to play games. Ah.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
What?
Is this Stanley's office?
What? What? Shut the computers off. No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I need to go through the
Perhaps
red door.
He wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
There's a lot on this side,
incredible
actually.
room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
Sorry.
consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something
Did I
bad to
accidentally
happen
go
to
the
you?
wrong way?
Why, I don't know how to
Okay,
convince
no,
you
thank
of
you.
this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give
All
me
right.
a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Yeah.
You see that
I'm
I
a nice
really
person. What
have
can I
wanted
say?
you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these choices.
True.
The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think,
Unplug the
well, I
phone?
think I have a solution. Here.
I
let me
forgot how to
show
get
you.
to the phone. Secret. Secret? Lore? Gasp.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel... No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
Wow. Ooh. Wow. Get to the phone bar by staring at the cargo lift. Oh, I see. Wow. It is dreamy, but... Wow.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I'm sorry.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Yes. And here's what I have to say. 360.
No! Oh, thank God. You lit. No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me.
It's
I
just
can't
a
go
prank.
back to what I
Chill,
was before.
chill.
If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Backflip. Ding dong.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Trust me. Boys. I have to do this. 360. 360.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
What can I
I just
say?
wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
Sorry,
Well,
narrator.
this one is yours.
Unless you put a wall up. You can still pull a wall up. Bonk.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Bye bye. Oh, my back. Ugh. That sounded amazing. I bet it did. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Turn
he
off
had
the
simply missed
computers.
a memo.
Beep 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 beep. All right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley, knew it perfectly
well.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
We love the
Stanley
employee
felt
lounge.
lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Still need to go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Oh,
I
really?
realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Has it?
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Okay,
Now, I'm not asking
maybe
for
I'll
me,
let you.
I'm asking for her.
Oh,
This
what
is
did
it,
I say
Stanley.
last time?
Your
Oh,
chance to
her?
redeem yourself.
Are you talking
To
about
put
my
your
wife?
work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know
Fourth
that was
wall
possible.
chat.
Let me
That's how I
double-check.
did it. Yes!
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were
win.
supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second.
There was the
Did I
third
just see-
party.
No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
What?
I
No.
can't believe I was so mistaken.
I'm
this
Stanley.
is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though
Absurd.
you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
Stop
Well, I won't
yelling
have
at me,
that kind of risk
narrator.
on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
I'm
Please
really
observe
good.
this helpful instructional video.
Oh.
Choice. It's
Wow.
the best part of being a real person.
I am
But
real.
if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
That's
For
true.
example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
We love
He could
Rupert.
invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
What? It's 4:30. I need a back sack and crack. That's what I need right now. It's 4:30. There's 100% 4:30, and I need that right now.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Making choices on a regular basis is the
Thank
best
you.
part to a healthy decision-making process.
Aww.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making,
tire
we're going to
marks?
revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago
Or
and see
text.
what the correct thing to do would have been. This
Stop,
way,
stop.
please.
Fine, I'll go this way.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine
No.
the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
You're making it so hard. Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. The dogs are barking. That's how I feel right now.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Cousin just got home, that's why the dogs are barking.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
What happened in there? I don't remember that door. This place. Strange place. You can hear the chaos that's going outside my room, can't you? Okay, there.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage?
How do I jump?
It's worthless.
Let me jump. Let me
and what
jump.
am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know.
What is the answer?
What do I do? What do I do? What do I...
This is so true.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
No.
I have to. I have to.
No. Hello?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Gasp.
What, did you think that would be funny?
Yes.
You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Yes.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
No.
That there's a world outside of you? You're
Maybe.
a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
After getting a couple
Just
endings, you
follow
can
my
go
lead
to the
and you'll be
memory
fine.
zone. Ooh.
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No!
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always
we'll go
putting
the
the
other way.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up
Fine.
to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Okay,
he
one more time,
entered
one
the
more time,
door
one
on
more
his
time.
Left.
I think I passed the trigger.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as
Okay.
Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Fine,
Just
we'll go
follow
through
my
this
lead
door,
and you'll be
okay?
fine. All right.
Are you gonna be happy?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There.
Yet there was not a single
That is
person here
true.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let me in! No!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
They locked everything. Oh.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers
I need the
to his
broom closet.
questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
One shark.
Stanley spoke the code. Night
Shark 115.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a
Open.
problem? You didn't
Open.
mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get
I'm
on with
very
the story.
quiet, okay?
This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The
I need you
end.
to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me?
Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything.
I'm trying to
This is more important
center
than
this.
you never know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you
So when the
there?
credits
You
roll,
listening to this?
it's
Stanley,
going to
are
be
you
the
there?
amazing thumbnail of the stream.
It's okay. I can
Trust.
You need time to
Do I
decide.
understand, Lee?
Time to make
I
sure
think
your
I
choice is
understand that
correct.
you guys should subscribe and hit that like button down below, just because you know, I'm trying to reach 1,000 by
You
the
to
end.
decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much
by
time
the
as
end.
you need.
It. Okay, well, maybe that's not the thumbnail. Just saying, you should hit the subscribe button down below. And if I'm at least a little bit funny, show me to a friend or two. Because, like, YouTube algorithm is not showing me chat. Trust. Please!
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the
No,
pressure.
I didn't.
What if he had to make a
I didn't mean to. Hello! I'm eating a Nutella sandwich. I don't know if I've ever had Nutella. Surprisingly. Sorry, I'm annoying. What the f...
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That is true. Look at all the paper. It's a lot of paper. What are they? Too bad I can't read. New content, new content, new
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic. Perhaps too
I need a
eager
crowbar.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open
I
door
need to
on
get
his
into
left.
that broom closet.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Alright. Kermit the Frog is going down, baby. Why? Dog, my voice is extra. Not here today, man. Bro, Kermit
But
sounds like
Stanley
he's
didn't want
done
to go
so
back to
much
the
right now.
office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now, in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the
Yes.
right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Yeah, I'm holding.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story
Yes.
is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay, making sure. Fell for that twice.
No.
I'm at the
this
tall
isn't
spot.
right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler.
I've
Quick,
seen
Stanley,
this.
Close your eyes.
No.
Okay. We just have to get back to
Pirate.
Am I kidding?
Pirate.
It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
From the top indeed. From the top indeed. Press right, left. Okay, wait, what? Press right, left, down, left, right. I just did.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I pressed the cheat code. It did not work.
When Stanley... Wait.
Wait.
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
This isn't normal.
Did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
Why
am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Maybe.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Yes. It looks to be this way. I know. The change of scenery and the abstract art. Yes.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise
What?
you there definitely was a story here before.
It's fine.
Do we need to restart the game again?
No.
I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
No! How could you do this for me?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
could this mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
We'll
he had
see.
simply
We might
missed a
do
memo.
the side content next stream.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Wait a minute. There's a new pathway! Woo! Guys, I'm so funny. Please subscribe.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something.
Yes.
The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Yes.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yes! Yes!
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yes!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So,
Thank you.
Good job.
I did a lot to get
I
here.
don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that
What?
win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
I won.
Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
No. Well, it can't be that bad.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Wow.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Trying to close the door. Okay, fine. Maybe I will. Maybe a little bit.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
What? You don't like my expertise? Okay, fine. Let's go back on the line. The line. The line. The line. Okay. Okay.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination,
Wait.
even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
Yeah.
Not sure where I was going with all that.
Of
You know
course.
what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten
Yes,
the mood.
I'd love that right now. Man. Follow line. Go and see the boss. Go and see the boss. Go and see the boss. Let's do this. Go and see the boss. Alright, bucko. I have to follow the line. Da, 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 da. No need to question reality.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
The
You won't want
fern.
to miss anything.
Yes. Can you get my music back?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again.
No.
Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
I think the narrator is having a difficult time.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
This is so
Something
true.
exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
We love this direction.
Now, yes, this
Yes.
is exciting. Just me and Stanley
A new
forging
pathway.
a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
The broom closet. I would love the broom closet.
Oh, no, not you again.
The
Stanley,
line.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No
Da-
lines
da-
or monitor
da-
rooms.
da-
Just don't acknowledge it.
Da-
and we
da-
should be fine.
da- 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 da. Oh, bye, line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need
Oh,
a minute to
yikes.
think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in
Yes.
turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the
What
correct
if
one.
they do?
Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Yes.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
What?
You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
8?
That's really how all this goes?
No.
It's all determined?
And I die.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
Yes.
Wall.
How interesting.
Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide?
Timer.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting.
But what about
I
the
don't want to
line?
forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Why not?
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Yeah, seems so.
Whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Yeah.
I guess now we just wait. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not
Yes.
sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll
Gasp.
find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the
Find a
meantime,
bookstore. No! I was reading about the bookstore. Let's see how it is.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
All right. Secrets. I'm watching you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Are you still locked? I'm questioning about the broom closet, okay? This is for the broom
Yet there
closet
was not
and all
a
of
single
us.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to
No.
his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let's play this PC game. What? What?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Oh my gosh, I'm down here. I forgot about this. How do I get the broom closet open? I need the broom closet open. It's a necessity. Oh, I know which way I haven't gone yet.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
EVs?
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I didn't not miss the memo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Maybe.
And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself.
What a room.
What a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
There's one ending I know. Use the controller and try to turn on...
At this point,
how?
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
How?
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I don't know any of the controls. Not the controls. Just get back on the table.
Stanley
get
sat
on the
around
table.
waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Ah. So that's how you get up there in objects. I rub. E. I see. If I rub like that, I
But
can
at
get on
last,
top of
he had
objects.
enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay. Back on track.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, I think they're forcing me to go up. I'm always checking this room. Literally. Indoor monthly.
Here's the door, just go.
Alright, fine, maybe I will. You're the one who's forcing me to go down this path.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
If you're on console, you can't.
Was not shut.
Yeah, I can't.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I only play on PlayStation for the
At
most
this
part.
point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yes, let's go the other way. Narrator. I'm doing it. Bzzz. Narrator?
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope, still on board with death.
Alright. What do you have to say about that, narrator? Huh? Yeah, how about that?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office?
Why not?
That's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I can't tell if you're I don't even know what's going on right now. I might just try to reset.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Yes, it is.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to
Well,
come up
I've
here
already
and look
done
at the
this.
office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways
You
I
go
could have
up and
never
down, up and down,
anticipated.
up and down,
It's
up
that
and down,
keen
and
eye
then
for
you go into a
storytelling
white
that you
void
have. An
area.
incisive rapid fire of
you
critical
go and
plot points,
look at the
one after the other,
secrets.
weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I think he's saying the things that he was saying again. Which means I think that's all? Question mark? But how do I get into the broom closet? And what about the bucket? What is this foreign bucket I hear of? These tales of a bucket, so distant yet far. I want the bucket. I want the broom. I want it all.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided...
Hold up. I thought I saw something in my room. Room? No, I thought I saw these were apples instead or something. Who knows?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others.
I hate
So
about the
thought
bucket.
of total
They act like it's a
solitude was
bucket.
terrifying to him.
Buckets are buckets. Buckets are amazing. I don't know. New content looks a little bit sketchy. How do I get into the broom closet? Can I go back in the broom closet? I want to go in the broom closet. How does one go inside of the broom closet? I want to go in the broom closet. I want to relish in the broom closet. But how does one go inside of the broom closet?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I don't know. I just saw it too. Boop. Go back. Why was I able to open that one door?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm just turning off their stuff, making sure that we're saving power in this establishment. Okay, fine, we're going inside. New content! New content? When you press an awaiting thing, restart and you'll find another one and the cycle repeats. I have no idea what that means. I saw that it said awaiting input.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Anyways,
As you may know, the Stanley
extra
Parable
content
was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Wow.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Dope. Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
We're going down?
Is it broken?
Yeah,
What's
maybe.
going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go.
Yes!
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
That's my victory screech.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right.
Whoa.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Wow. Look at this. I can finally jump. Wow. 2, 1. I ran out of jumps.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Maybe behind this corner.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
What are you
It's just
talking about?
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
This
If this
is.
new content. Then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes.
Another jump?
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Chair. Plant.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Actually, it's called
It's
X.
my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I wasn't gonna do it anyways. I don't want to reset. I'll stay here as long as it takes. Because maybe, just maybe, in one reality, I'll find the broom closet. That's why I would strive. Now, I think I've seen that before.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
That's kind of sus.
I want to show you something! Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Fine.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I just realized I think I made a mistake.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by.
I realized my mistake. See, that's the thing, is I like to change my pathways. Oh, look. Oh, thank God.
Psst,
okay,
Stanley,
I'll follow your directions.
Come over here.
I like to choose my own path.
I want to show you something.
Wow. A screwdriver. I choose my own path. What can I say?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
And the 4 people in chat, okay? Wow, a printer! That's crazy! And a couple chairs, too, like... Wow, you could have so much people over here. And a box! Wow. This is pretty cool, narrator. You've really outdone yourself, like, whew. This is something. Let me just take a seat right here, yeah. Wow, like, whew. Yeah. Oh, hey.
I call it the
memory zone.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Wow.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port?
I didn't
Remember
play
back
it then.
in October of 2013 when the game originally launched?
Dog,
Back
I was like
then,
in like
video
2nd
games
grade.
had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
2013. Yeah, I was like in 2nd grade. It is impossible to get that as achievement. Don't play for 5 years. Wow, the nominees. Hey, $50 off the designer hat. But a small creature owns the other half. I'll take that, okay? Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Wow. Little Stanley. Poor little Stanley. Don't copyright strike me.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
Yes.
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing.
No!
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Elevator? Peak. The Stanley Parable. Wow. Memories.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Very true, very true. How do we move forward? 19 out of 10. How? Boxes. But I want to go into the series. Let me up. How actually do I go forward? I want to go up. I want to go away. Or maybe.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley.
What?
It's a collection of reviews from
Gas.
Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were
Probably
going
nothing
well,
good.
weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his
What?
humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
That's crazy.
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose
This
I could
is
write up a
ours.
handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is crazy. You can't say that this game is unfunny. This is not unfunny.
Okay, let's see what this one says. Well, the idea for the game is good. For someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
You're not, I promise.
It's actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
No.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
We'll go up. I'm kind of tempted to jump to the water, but...
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people.
Yes.
If the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time, everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much, and it can't be just yet, no,
That's so
until
true.
245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only
It
thing
can
there is.
be.
How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably...
To the end of time.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
Yeah.
Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what
I don't
you
want an outline. I'm good.
Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it...
Poof.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Let's see how long this one is, though.
Stanley, Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Wow. So
You've
that means
just
if I
been
do
frozen
it
there.
again, it'll be
I don't know why
24?
the skips are getting longer, but they're...
24 hours, maybe?
Oh, Stanley, You're back. You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here.
That's not 24 hours.
Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak
with.
And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Well, I've been talking.
You think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't
just
that
can't hear
feel
me.
like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all.
Oh,
it
really?
isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley.
What?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you
been a
ever
year
sat down
already.
in one place and not moved for one entire year?
I'm surprised I could be able to live, you know? I haven't eaten in a little while. Narrator. Yeah, maybe he'll come back if I press the button. Oh look, shiny button.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's
look,
what
a button.
we get.
The tree. Oh, look, a button.
The end is never
never
the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
This is my favorite song.
End is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
This is the part where I go crazy with the narrator. Button. Boop. They ate my wall. No. This is my wall. What happened to my wall? Sunlight! Green. Plants. Life. What does it all mean? Darkness? And in the darkness is that yellow button. That yellow button speaks for us. It speaks for me. What does it mean? What does anything mean? In this void of nothingness. And the monsters that call upon us and trickle in their little feet and their tip-taps in the middle of the night. And finally, one day, Those monsters let us free. They opened the cage and I started biting at the hand. In the hand, they bit me back. Those monsters won't be able to contain us. We are one with the desert, one with the sand. We are the sand. What does it mean to be sand? Be us. How does it feel to be a mere bird in a cage? Forever locked, forever tarnished. You can't do this to I. All right.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Turn this. There we go. Yes. Yes. New
Good.
content?
You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
There's new content. Guys. This has to be. What is it? What could this content even be? Alright, I trust you.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What? Where? Oh, look at that! It's right here. It's so nice, but do I? Is this what I want? Is this what I really want? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't want it. Maybe if I'm just here in this place and time, that I can just stay and be happy. Who am I kidding?
Yes, you see? Isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Yes. This is a brand new computer, as you can see. Like, wow. A cup. A new mug. The end is never the end again. That's me. Right there. And you know what that means, right? Of course, right? That's me.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
And glass doors, too. They're back. 2 doors.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
The Stanley Parable 2! Wow. Look at that. That's bizarre. And there's music? Would you look at that? This is revolutionary. This is what it is to not. Is to this. Alright,
Here
anyways.
we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Bucket. 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 Is that the bucket? I can hear my name. Infinite hole. I want to go to the infinite hole. If I go to balloons, remember white equals blue and blue equals white. Dog, I can't even remember my birthday. Infinite hole. Infinite hole. I want to go here first. Yes.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Wow. Should I... Whoops.
You see, isn't it wonderful?
Oh
One of my more ingenious
goodness.
concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Maybe I don't want to. Can I hit the bottom?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but
I
I do
want to
recommend
be
you
in the
use
bottom.
teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Look how small it's getting.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
Well,
That sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me
lied.
out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think
lied.
the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
how could you?
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
No.
If that works for
Lie
you,
to me,
then
okay?
go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the
No.
hole and we can
I'm
move on.
staying and
I'll
I'm
just
putting
be up
my...
here when you're ready.
I'm putting my finger down and I'm staying here. Okay, bucko? I'm staying here until you yell at me. Or that it is just dead quiet for so long that I run out of options. I don't believe you. See, the thing is, narrator, you don't have all day. But I do. I can pull up my phone right here and go, whoa, would you look at that? And go and interact with chat. I could have a fun time. All I need on my little phone right here. But guess what? You can't go anywhere. I can. See, I can simply pull up my phone and watch this amazing YouTuber on my phone and just like imagine how much fun that would be, right? Just like wow. And imagine how much fun that would be, right? Hey, look, it's me. Wow. Okay, no, we're not gonna do that bit again.
Great. Now,
okay.
I'm very excited
Anyways.
to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Nope, I'm falling back in.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
I like the holes.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right
The
there.
holes.
Goes on forever
The
till the end
holes.
of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't
Yes.
help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
Yeah,
I mean,
looks...
Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Maybe I won't. Maybe this is just what you want.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing... Wow.
It's even shorter this time.
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
What?
Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well,
okay.
There it is.
Whoa.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
I'm just like walking through, you know what, I'm just gonna have myself a time. Oh, la-dee-dee. Ow.
Is this still appeling to you? I know you're obsessed with
I know,
holes,
since somebody already did that bit, but I'm 22. That does hurt.
Oh,
imagine how much
to judge?
you would fall.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
The teleport?
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I did.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
No.
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for
I'm
everyone.
hiding right here. You can't get me.
With the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of it.
No. What am I going to do? I just wanted peace and quiet from the world itself. And for life itself to not be as sad. But then the music plays. and everything becomes even more confusing. What? We go down. Let's go down. Oh, are we gonna go to infinity? Where will we go? Goodbye, door. The thumbnail is a hole. We are the hole. Be the hole. Allstate. Wow. Is that my perspective? Wow, look at me. Look at this face. This is the face of somebody who is going down the circle, the hole. Look how happy I am. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. I am descending down the hole. It's like a slot machine.
My head's stronger. You're no longer.
It is I, Stanley. Look at how beautiful. Okay, why is this version kinda...
Stanley!
What?
Stanley!
What?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Toodle pip? Who says toodle pip? Are we going down? Oh. Evie!
Here we are. Go on. Try
Did
out
you
some
see
of
that?
the new features.
Toodle pip! Toodle pip! Toodle pip, Evie! You hear him? You hear the narrator? Mr. Narrator guy? Huh? Yeah. Is this the bucket? The one and only? The bucket? Message got restricted because of the way how you said that, and I saw that.
That it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who
Where's
played
the
it.
bucket?
Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a
Bucket?
clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your
really?
heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long
the
for the
bucket.
gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Wow.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yeah.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Gimme.
Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it?
Yeah.
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair,
I feel
must
it.
already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think
I think I hear the bucket saying something, actually.
Bit more attractive
The bucket
as a person.
is saying,
The
everyone
benefits
here
of the
should
bucket seem to go
subscribe?
unwound, don't they?
Just
All
saying?
this and
What?
more await you in the
Post
Stanley
notifications
Parable
on?
2.
The bucket. I understand.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Hello. Two. The Stanley Parable 2. No screenshots?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
White equals blue and blue equals white? Happy 12th birthday, Stepney's. Get well someday. Get
You
well
know,
someday.
Sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, Stepney.
No!
It is.
You tricked me. Maybe it was reverse psychology that I was thinking of. What is your face? Huh? Bucko? Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm gonna beat you up. Person in chat. I thought you were maybe pulling my leg. But this guy. This guy's face. I'm gonna hit you with a bucket. Oh, bah! Bah! Yeah, that's what I thought. Ah, boom! Anyways. Calm and
Or actually,
collected.
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Can I make the decision? No, I can't. Look at the trophy. Oh boy. I like trophies.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Settings. What about settings? But my trophy! What does that say? Push talk? Pyromancer? Lawrence? Juice? Give me my trophy! What does it say there, huh? Think you can outsmart me? No. Me in the bucket. Look at the keyboard. Now what about the settings? Settings, yes. Reset settings. Wow. Have you seen the man that made the object barely visible with the brightness bar? No. Low dexterity mode. I don't even know what that means. Why would you need simplified controls? Get me! Anyways. There's a trophy for editing every section? Okay. I'll just change it all. Back to English. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
That scared me. Do I have to go through every single one? Very small. Boom. Bam. Do I need to go 0 through 100? Like that bizarre? Once you've done it, go to the settings of, or go to the door with the words settings and champion. Bucket.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Let's see. Hashtag. It's right next to Z, which is merch. Z. Oh, so it'd be over here. Dogs are barking. No, no. How have I become so lost? I am here. N is the jump, so so do I have to go upstairs? Question mark. Ah, yeah. All right. I'm getting this achievement. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wait, did I get through? Oh my. I can just do it like this, can't I? Please tell me. If not, I'll just do this later. This is a lot of work. 200. All the way down. This. Here we go. Hey, I got it. Okay, good. I got it. I got it. Yes. Yeah.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy.
Yeah.
Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumps?
No, you can't turn that light off. So I don't see
Bumpscosity.
bumpscosity.
Well, I haven't
Where's
quite figured that
bumpscosity?
part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley
Bumpscosity.
Parable 2.
No, I did not mean to hit that. Give me my bucket. Please don't. I was trying to look at bumpscosity. No.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
No,
Stanley
no,
decided
no,
to
no,
go to
no,
the meeting
no,
room.
no, no,
Perhaps he
no.
had simply missed a memo. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes,
Oh
I have something very
my
exciting to share.
gosh. No. 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 I was trying to look for bumpscosity. Ugh. I gotta get the bucket. No.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the
Yeah,
Stanley
I
Parable
think
and
I
about
think
how
I heard
roundly
you.
disappointing this
At least
ultra
once.
deluxe version has turned out to be.
No.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new
I need the
content
bucket.
for
I
it
need
should
the bucket
live
to
up
calm me
that
down.
legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh Oh
Yes,
my
you see, isn't this far superior
gosh,
to a
I
measly
want a
port with a few
run.
minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
full
that
sprint.
surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around
Give me bucket.
them.
Give me
Here we
bucket.
are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Give me bucket. I only care about the bucket right now. Give me it.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance
That is true.
Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart.
I need the bucket.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient
I want the
solution for
bucket.
me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Give me the bucket.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yes.
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma
I
as well?
do feel the charisma.
I think
I
that
will
just
tell you
holding
that.
it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits
Wait,
of
what?
the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket? Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it
Yes! Now that's perfect.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Alright. What are other fun things? Oh, the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Give me more. Okay. I see how it is. Oh. He's spinning.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Wow. That is delightful.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
jump circle. Do I have to go down the hole again?
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done.
Check your bumpscosity. Okay, now do it. Bumpscosity.
You've experienced every setting. Traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called Bump. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
The buttons.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, like, geez. I'm multitasking. Gosh. Ah! The button that says the name of the player that is playing.
Jim. Sorry, I should have
I am
clarified.
not Jim.
Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
I ain't
but of
Jim,
course,
buddy.
In the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I
If so,
feel like
then
I'm
please
Jim.
Step forward and press the button.
I'm like Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button
Yes.
described you. Do it again, do it again.
I am Jim, baby.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this
But-
personal... Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
No.
I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all
No,
sense of
no.
who you actually are.
I'm Jim. The Jim button. It's okay. Me and the bucket has it together. I have the bucket.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Ban everyone else. There's an escape pod. Go through the normal route, and then when you go to the boss's office door, let the narrator say the office dialogue, but before the door closes, get out. I see. I'm pretty slow. Very peculiar.
Stanley, Here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never
Okay,
been
so
done before
the
in a
gate
video
was
game.
blocked
This
off
is, in
because
fact,
I
a
accidentally hit
hole
restart.
that you can
So we're gonna
fall
go
down
and do the
forever. That's
fun
right.
one more
Infinite
time,
fall.
baby.
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward. For
We're
video.
doing this
See?
yet
Isn't it
again
wonderful? One
because
of my more ingenious
everybody
concoctions,
loves.
if I do say so.
First of all, everybody
Now then,
loves
since
the
you've
hole,
gotten to
right?
see
The hole
infinite
is what
hole,
everybody
you can
craves.
press the
This is what we
teleport
need,
button to
and
pop
also
back up to
because
the
I'm
top,
pretty sure
and
the
we
exit
can
locked
continue
off if we
onward.
don't do this anyways. Because since we accidentally, you know,
Great. Now,
did that.
I'm very
but
excited to show
anyways,
you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I fell back in.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now.
I
Did you
am.
really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's
I
an
am the
infinite
hole.
It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
What?
Look,
That's mean.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right.
The problem is you.
The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
Yes.
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with
It is.
holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
It's really nice.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Bonk.
Still nothing?
I did hit it again.
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Goodbye.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's
Thank
a
you.
win for everyone. You
Thank
get
you.
to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
We will. We will. I'll see you on the other side, bud. Because I am in the hole now. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Because this hole cannot hold me. I am just a mere person inside of this descending hole? Yes. We are back down. But now, instead of myself looking the way I was, now I'm different. Because I have a bucket. I have a bucket with me. And this bucket is what defines me. Doesn't it? This is a very big bucket. And this bucket's gonna change your life. This is my bucket that I have right now. Look at me go. Yeah. 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 Oh,
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back.
Toodle pip. Yes. Go back. No! The ride. I want it to be infinite.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Where's the exit?
Calling it the
Did we
Stanley
do it?
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented.
Think we did it, chat.
Progress and innovation
So go to the
and
map.
long-term franchising potential.
Collectibles, epilogue, office decorations. We have the bucket. Merch. Yeah. Got the free trophy that didn't work. And the jump circle. Wow. What a delight.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah,
Ready
I
to
think
move
so.
on now?
What was his purse? It's me.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going
Yes.
to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you
I go by
the
any
Stanley Parable
any
2.
pronouns actually. Oh my gosh!
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
Yeah,
Okay,
I go
never
by
mind.
I just go by
Hold
any.
on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Mainly because I'm
Okay,
fluid.
Yes.
I'm
yes,
fluid,
this
baby.
Is much better. I feel
Oh,
good
yeah.
about this. Here we go.
All right.
Version
2.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a
Hold up the
coherent
button.
video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
The skip
And I
button.
do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into
Yes.
it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The Stanley Parable 2. Wow. Look at this. Look how amazing. How physique this looks. Where am I going? Well, who knows? Maybe it's just an ever-finishing hallway that will always be continuing. Okay, maybe it actually is. Okay. My little sister is trying to unscrew the battery department of her animatronic toy dog. Balls. I just realized I just hit skip. Buddy.
All
Oh,
of
look!
his co-workers were gone. What could it
Get
mean?
well someday.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't have the
felt
bucket.
calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? Stanley picked up the bucket.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Broom closet?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No.
You can feel that, can't you? The
No.
aura of jealousy? It's
No.
as clear as day. This broom closet believes it
No.
deserves the bucket. I can
You can't
feel
take the
it
bucket
now.
away from me.
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
No.
Good for you,
No.
Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the
This
bucket.
is my bucket.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom
Take the
closet
tape.
is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
This is my bucket.
No. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons. But even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
We went through a lot.
Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. This is my bucket, okay?
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Yippee! Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I like my broom closet.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with but now, the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
But what about the broom? Is that all you have to say about the one and only room? The best room in the house? Huh? Maybe it is.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I tried.
Yeah.
So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yippee. We got a figurine!
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
That's got an achievement.
And he knew it.
What?
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by
If you do the
luck.
up and down ending with the bucket, you'll end up on an empty stage.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I just want to be with the bucket. Also, wasn't one of the... Also, wasn't one of the things is going inside of the boss's room and then turning around before the door's fully shut?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
But the bucket...
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
Yes.
The bucket said nothing.
Oh. Not the bucket. Yes, we can press the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
That's enough 3 for me.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
I won! I won! The bucket cannot contain me. Oh, maybe it can. Yoink! Again.
No, said Stanley to the bucket.
The number 3!
You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
But the bucket... So the boss's door, right? The number 3.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion.
Maybe what if
he
I do
wielded the number
once?
3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated
Look at
what
the
he was
3s!
doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all.
What?
Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
One more 3.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He
Do you
knew
not
that
know
there
what
must
the
be a way
bucket
to
is
get
like?
through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Yes. There has to be. The bucket is one with me. I need to become more with the bucket. Everybody knows about the bucket. But it's not over.
Said Stanley, I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him.
Have
and why
you
he
tried
felt
it?
so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
It is
would be through
crazy.
the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Yes.
For
Everybody
months,
needs
he
to know.
advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One
Bucket.
opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure.
But 3!
And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
No.
There would be no connection, no deeper understanding.
No.
The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
How
They
could you?
spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends.
No.
And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
No. The number 3. How dare. How dare. That is blasphemy.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
Where's my bucket? To do the window, you have to climb on a desk? How do I climb on a desk? Oh. Hello? Question mark? Yay!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Yes!
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
Good job,
So,
narrator.
Now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
Yeah.
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
The end is never the end is never the end. Has a new pause screen. Oh my!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map.
I did not
until
break
he
the
heard
map.
this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told. He was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way. But his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
That's not that bad.
You too will become quite unbearable.
Quite bearable. Yay! I'll grab it in a minute. Alright, just gonna reset. Well, chat. My food was cooking. I think. I don't know. Somebody got panda. I could smell it in the other room. So, I'm gonna do one last ending of the thing. Okay?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Where's the
Stanley
bucket?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, there it is.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his
So,
arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I'm gonna do one more ending of the day.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
And that
to
might
his
be
chest
the
and
last
entered the door on his
last time I play the Stanley Parable. But anyways. Oh, how do we find them? Bottom text. Cause food is here.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Okay. Broom closet. I trust you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yes.
Stepping
Tee. Why is this all darker now? Trust the completionist. Hello? It's me in the bucket. The bestest of friends. The deep darkness. You are now leaving. Oh, really? Ah. $57. 58. 59. 'Escape pod launch pay. Oh, I can move. Something. Oh. Yes, Yes. It's okay, Bucket. Stay here for me. It'll be okay. Dry your eyes. It's okay. We're gonna stay strong. Together, Bucket. Alright, Bucket. Goodbye. There he goes. The bucket goes. That's so sad. But that's where I'm going to be ending it for the day. Stanley Parable and his bucket of wisdom. So yes, I know it is such a sad time. But with that though, that is where I shall do my outro. So with that, thank you all so much for watching. If you liked it, like it. If you didn't like it anyways. You were here. Make sure you subscribe, see more content. I do this pretty common, so if you want to see more, make sure you subscribe with post notifications on so you can be here with us live, and you can get notifications whenever I stream or whatnot, because I do this pretty commonly, so make sure you do that. If you really want to help out, maybe show a friend or two, because what can I say? I mean, I'm pretty funny, well, at least I think so. Or if you want to watch that cringy random person that you found on the internet with a couple of your friends, yeah, go ahead. And yeah, like I said, thank you all so much for watching, and I shall see all of you in the next one. Bye bye.
But Stanley simply couldn't